Run of the season, 3 games out of the second AL wildcard spot. Tonight they host the Mets in their last interleague series of the season. Scott Kazmir will start for the first time against the team that drafted him and the team that dealt him to Tampa for Victor Zambrano. It all begins next on Sports Time Ohio. From Progressive Field in downtown Cleveland, Ohio, interleague baseball one last time here in 2013 as the New York Mets pay a visit to Cleveland, Ohio. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. The Indians come in with a little momentum. They won 3 out of their last 4, and they need to keep it going. No time to sit back and rest. They've got to keep the pedal to the metal if they are, in fact, going to secure a wild card berth, Rick. And, okay, if you just go by the schedule, by your opponent's winning percentage, the easiest path to a playoff spot might be for the Cleveland Indians.
Well, you have to like their odds. You can see they've got the Mets here for 3 games. They get Kansas City a couple times for 6, the White Sox twice. You get 4 with the Astros, and you end the season with the Twins. That's the lowest winning percentage of all the playoff teams that get to play against anybody. So, go out there, you win every series that you can win, and just go for it, because you never know what can happen in September. You really don't.
And the one advantage the Indians may have as well is the fact that Tampa, Boston, New York, Baltimore all have to play each other, so they will beat up on each other, and maybe the Indians can slip right on in there and play in the postseason this year. Well, Scott Kazmir gets the start tonight for the Tribe, and he's going up against the team that drafted him and ultimately traded him away before he got a chance to make his major league debut.
And the starting pitchers are going to have to pick up some slack because Justin Masterson's going to be out, and Kazmir is looking forward to this start, going up against his former ball club. This year, he is 5-1 at home, a 4.53 ERA, so he's going to try and get him off to a good start. Zach Wheeler for the New York Mets. How about that? 5-0 on the road. He's had a very nice season, 3.36 ERA. He's got an outstanding changeup.
Matt Harvey, who was their ace and really their future, might have to have Tommy John surgery. If that happens, Zach Wheeler could be the ace of the Mets next year. Right now, it's up to Scott Kazmir. Can he rough up his former club, the New York Mets, tonight in the opener of this 3-game weekend series? Come on back and find out next. Indians Mets ready to roll here tonight at Progressive Field. Let's look at the starting lineup for Terry Collins and the New York gang. Eric Young, switch hitter, will lead it off, followed by Daniel Murphy. Josh Satin will be the DH, bat third. Andrew Brown batting cleanup. Lucas Duda hitting fifth. Justin Turner will bat sixth. Juan Lagares will hit seventh. Travis d'Arnaud will catch and hit eighth. Wilmer Flores will bat ninth.
Well, Scott Kazmir making start number 25, 7-7, 436. Has never pitched against his former team that drafted him back in 2002 of the first round. 7-7, coming off a loss against the Detroit Tigers where he went 5 innings, gave up 7 hits and 4 runs. This year 2-1 in interleague play, looking to go 3-1.
Up high, ball one to Eric Young, 253 batter on the year. Takes again, it's up high, 2 balls, no strikes. Eric Young Jr. came over from the Colorado Rockies on June the 18th in a trade that sent Colin McHugh to the Rockies. He's batted .260 in his 67 games with the Mets. Career best 35 steals on the year for Eric Young Jr. So obviously a guy you want to make him earn his way aboard. Out of play.
Yeah, the way he's been running in the second half, do you want to keep him off the bases? Because he can apply a little pressure to the defense and to the pitcher.
The 2-2. Swung. Did he go? Let's see. Yep, he
Yep.
did. Home plate umpire Gary Darling doesn't need an appeal. He said he went too far. That's good enough for us. 1 down.
Well, you're going to get a second look at it here from behind him. It was a good changeup. You can see him on the side view. He certainly did. So Kazmir, 1 hitter, 1 strikeout.
Up comes Daniel Murphy. And the Mets second baseman having a solid campaign, batting .284. 10 homers, 67 runs driven in. Takes a first pitch strike. And Murphy has hit in 9 straight. And sometimes it's not hard to keep that up when the pieces around you are constantly moving in and out of the lineup, when you've had the kind of injuries that the Mets have had. But Murphy has certainly been a consistent performer for Terry Collins. Swung on and missed. You know, with all the injury problems they've had, with Johan Santana, you know, there's a guy, left-handed starter you're really counting on. He hasn't been able to do what they thought he would.
David Wright.
No, they're still only 8 games under 500. It's not like this team is completely collapsed and, you know, or they're on the verge of losing 100 games or anything of that nature. They've still competed.
Well, yeah, they're ahead of Philadelphia, Miami.
You mentioned they swept 4 games from the Yankees.
Yeah, they're 10-7 in interleague play this year.
Kazmir taking a little too much time. Murphy steps away. Shot the fastball low and away. Swung out and missed. He got him to chase one in the dirt. Throw it down to first, 2 away.
Let's check out the Kia Indians defense behind Scott Kazmir this evening. It'll be Kubel in left, Bourne in center, Stubbs in right, Chisenhall at third, Cabrera at short, Kipnis at second, Swisher at first, and Gomes behind the plate. Brantley was scheduled to be in the outfield, but his wife, I guess, is delivering a baby, and he's going on the paternity list, correct?
Yes. Gary Darling will call the balls and strikes. Jerry Meals, Paul Emmel, Chris Conroy on the bases. Pitch down low, ball 1. Strike is called. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count on Josh Satin. 0 for his last 7. Solid year at AAA. Batted .305. And they called him up on June the 11th. And he's batted .305 in his 35 starts this year.
You look at the Mets offense, they're 13th in the league in average, but 7th in run scored, 3rd in walks. They have 449. 4th in stolen bases.
Base hit to center field, and that's nothing new. Josh Satin had a stretch where he reached base safely in 29 consecutive starts to tie the longest streak by a Mets rookie, a guy of your era, Steve Henderson, back in 1977. And those were the first 29 starts of his career.
Well, that's off to a very good start, reaching base, no doubt about it.
Andrew Brown will bat with 1 on and 2 out here in the first inning. Kazmir in with a first pitch strike. Brown has batted .313 in his last 16 games with 13 runs batted in. Pop back out of play. Andrew Brown is his success sort of emblematic of the New York Mets overall. He's hit 6 home runs. 4 of them have come on the road. New York is 10 games under 500 at home this year. Just 2 games below the break-even mark on the road. They play in a beautiful new ballpark that hosted the All-Star game this year in New York. Brown goes down swinging, and Kazmir strikes out 3 here in the first. Satin stranded at first base. The Indians coming to bat when we come back. Bottom of the first inning, let's take a look at the Indians starting lineup for Terry Francona, brought to you by Progressive, making it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. Michael Bourn will lead it off, followed by Nick Swisher, then Jason Kipnis. Carlos Santana, Jason Kubel, and Asdrubal Cabrera. Yan Gomes, Lonnie Chisenhall, and Drew Stubbs.
Zach Wheeler is the starter, a rookie who's having a nice year. 7-3 record, 3.36 ERA in his 14 starts. Now he's 5-0 on the road, and he's pitched exactly 6 2/3 innings in his last 3 starts. So he's got a very good fastball and then supposedly a very good changeup. We'll see what kind of breaking ball he's got, so the Indians hitters can look for a good fastball and get after him.
Fastball in there for a called strike. Bourn a .262 hitter so far on the year.
Wheeler has never faced any Indians hitters before. He's getting called up in June. But the Mets have won 10 of his first 14 starts. That's not too shabby.
His emergence has softened the loss of Harvey just a little bit. I mean, you lose a guy like that, that's tough with the potential that that young man has. And the Mets are probably thinking, geez, if we had both Wheeler and Harvey next year at the top of our rotation, all of a sudden we're not as far away as maybe some people think.
Exactly. That's how you have to think, because it all starts with pitching. They felt Harvey was one of the best in the game.
Right back up the middle. Bourn just wrapped it right through the box. And the Indians' leadoff man is aboard here to start the game.
Well, let's take a look at the Mets defense behind Wheeler. In the outfield, it's Duda in left, Lagares in center. Brown is in right. Flores at third, Turner at short, Murphy is at second, Duda is at first. D'Arnaud is behind the plate.
Obviously, Rick, a guy like Zach Wheeler is a product of good scouting by the New York Mets, because when you're going to trade a Carlos Beltran, you need to make sure you get something back in return, and it's something that can impact your club down the road. And anytime you're trading for a prospect, certainly that's the case. This guy was, what, the 6th overall pick in the draft, though, of the Giants. And the Giants passed on some guys who were available at that time in the draft because they felt so strongly about Wheeler.
Well, we'll see if he can come around. He's off to a very good start. He's only 23 years old.
The 0-1 pitch. Swisher with a ground ball through the shift. Bourn hits second. He'll stop right there. And that's because Brown got to it quickly. And the Indians had their first 2 on as Swisher follows Bourn with a base hit. And he beat the shift in order to do it.
And you watch it. It's right between short and second, as if it was going right up the middle, except it was shifted over to the right side of the infield. So he found the hole. He beat the shift anyway, and it's back-to-back singles for the Indians.
And it will bring up Jason Kipnis. Kipnis batting .284 on the year. He's hit in his last 3 games, going 4 for 10. And overall this year, he's hit .296 with runners in scoring position, as he has a chance to give the Indians the early lead against the Mets. It's low ball 1.
There's the breaking ball. I was curious to see what kind of breaking ball he has and what he's going to have to go to come off of his fastball other than his good change.
Just a little bit up and away, 2-0. That didn't miss by much, but the fastball is just wide of the mark. And now Kipnis in a good spot here, 3-0. With 2 on, nobody out. Carlos Santana waiting on deck. And a little bit high, ball 4. So Kipnis walks, and the bases are loaded with nobody out. Our keys to the game are brought to you by Akron Children's Hospital. Kazmir wants to try and beat the team that drafted him, but traded him before he had a chance to pitch in the big leagues. And for the Indians, try to be aggressive against Wheeler's fastball, though Jason Kipnis did a nice job of being selective and not being too aggressive in that situation.
It's okay to get aggressive as long as you get the fastball in the zone you're looking for. And look for it on first pitch. If you get it, there's nothing wrong with getting after it, man. First time you've ever faced him, and he has a good one.
Santana takes its low, ball 1. You can see 97 miles an hour. He can get it there in a hurry. But he's a little out of sorts here after back-to-back hits and then a 4-pitch walk to Kipnis. It's 1-0 now for Santana. At the knees, a strike. Our stat of the game brought to you by your Northern Ohio Buick dealers. When the Indians score first, now 54-23 on the year. That has been a very successful formula. And sometimes it doesn't matter. It might only be a run early. But what we've noticed about this team is when they score early, they have the potential then to relax and they'll add on.
It seems like they do relax a little bit more, and they're in a good situation right here. Bases loaded, nobody out in the bottom of the first.
Swung on and missed. Santana can't catch up to 96. It's 1-2.
Take a look at this pitch in our Nissan pitch tracker. That's his like 2-seamer. You see it had a little movement to it going down. That was a good pitch because that was moving down and away.
Bases loaded, nobody out. But Zach Wheeler with a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Santana drives it in the air to center field, deep enough to get the run home from third. Lagares will camp under it, make the catch. His throw goes to third. Bourne scores, and the Indians lead it 1-0 as Santana picks up his 61st RBI on the year. And that's something that has been a staple, at least in the last couple of games, doing some of the little things you need to do to scratch out runs.
Well, they had a spell earlier this year when they were playing very well. They did all the little things well. You never thought about it. They've been going through such a rut for a while. They haven't been able to score since the All-Star break. You know, you miss it. When you don't score, everything's magnified. You know, you take it for granted. It's the little things you have to do to win. This team has to do them to win ball games.
Here is Jason Kubel. He's gone 2 for 5 as an Indian since they acquired him from Arizona.
Good curveball right there. Good location at the knees, down and away.
Kubel getting the start in left field with Michael Brantley absent from the team. Takes a look at the fastball. It's 1-1. Swisher not really going anywhere at second base. Kubel couldn't catch up. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Wheeler in a first inning jam after loading the bases with nobody out. Santana driving in a run with a sacrifice fly. Now Kubel down on the count, 1-2. Upstairs with it, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wheeler is a native of Dallas, Georgia. He and his family were all about the Braves until he started his professional career. Of course, drafted by the Giants in the first round back in '09.
Isn't it funny how soon your allegiance can change when your son, your kid is drafted by a team and you're thinking, who?
2-2 pitch, low, full count. I mentioned before that when the Giants drafted him in the first round, they were also considering guys like Aaron Crow, Tanner Scheppers, Alex White, Shelby Miller. Those were all guys that were also very highly touted, but Brian Sabean said, this is the guy we want. Payoff pitch, runners hold. Kubel strikes out, 2 down. As Wheeler gets his first strikeout of the night, his 73rd on the season. And that will leave it up to Asdrubal Cabrera now.
Well, you can see why people are excited about this guy. He can get the strikeout when needed. Very good arm. So far, we've seen the four pitch mix. Actually, the 3 of them. Good fastball. We've seen a curveball, 1 slider that he just missed with. I haven't seen the changeup yet, really.
Well, Asdrubal Cabrera. That's with 2 on and 2 out. And a first pitch strike. Just when Cabrera looked like he was ready to turn the corner and turn it on, he is suddenly mired in an 0 for 12 slump. And it's 0-2. Popped straight up, and this should be playable. Third baseman Flores in the foul ground, and the inning is over. Started promising. The Indians do get a run, but they left a lot out there. 1-0 Tribe after an inning. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by McDonald's now introducing 3 exciting new Quarter Pounders. And by Kia. There's a young fan who wanted to see the Indians pound out a few more runs in that first inning, but they did grab the lead 1-0 as we go to the second. Lucas Duda leading off for New York, taking a strike from Scott Kazmir.
They play a shift for Duda on the right side. 3 of their infielders over on the right side, and you can see where Chisenhall's all the way over at shortstop.
Caught it. Kazmir says thank you very much. That's out number 1.
Or did that catch him? But it goes down as an out. I mean, that went right in. Look at him. He's taking a deep breath. It's going to be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. You got to love a pitcher that can snare a line drive. Or the line drive snared him. But that's a nice play. Glove side, line drive going right up the middle. Look at that. Undresses him. Look at him. He already had a facial expression like he was expecting to get hit. Oh, man. That is quick.
Justin Turner chases one in the dirt, and a count quickly 0-2. Slowly tapped. That's going to go foul. They tell us that ball came off the bat of Lucas Duda at 99 miles an hour, so Scott Kazmir didn't really have any time to react.
There is no reaction. It's just that thing went right in the glove. Willed it in.
1 ball, 2 strikes. This series is only the 4th time the Indians and Mets have met in interleague history. First time since 2010, and New York has held a decided advantage, winning 7 of 9 head-to-head.
Yeah, and 5 of 6 in this ballpark.
One-two pitch, up and away. That's right. We only made the one trip to Old Shea Stadium. I think that was around maybe 2005 or so.
That was long. Let me see. I think you're right.
04. 2-2 hit fair. Backhanded at third by Chisenhall. And a long throw across got him. Swisher with some good footwork to field the throw. 2 down. Well, let's go downstairs and see what Katie Witham has on Scott Kazmir facing his former club tonight.
Well, Matt, Scott Kazmir came to the ballpark pretty pumped today. In fact, he told pitching coach Mickey Callaway, do not take me out of this game if I'm going well. The key, as Callaway said, is for Kazmir to rein in that adrenaline and use it appropriately. He can't get caught up in going out there and trying to throw it by guys. He has to pitch, especially facing this young, free-swinging Mets lineup.
All right, thanks, Katie. Well, so far so good. He looks very sharp. I think the most important thing is for Kazmir to try and be as efficient as he can be, and that'll help him get deep into the ball game.
Stay away from the 25-30 pitch innings. That'll get you deep into a ball game. Yeah, stay aggressive. This is a Mets team that you haven't heard of a lot of players. They've never faced them before.
Nice breaking ball, 2-2.
And he's thrown a number of changeups so far, and this being batter number 7. A couple of changeups to Turner, hitter before that he had him way out in front.
Sometimes you throw a changeup that goes right down the middle like that and it gets hit a long way. But with inexperienced hitters, haven't faced him before, it may take a while to pick it up.
Looks like the fastball.
Yeah.
It just doesn't get there fast enough. It's about 10 miles an hour difference, maybe more than that. See, that one's going down the way. That's 78. He's throwing 93, 94. Young hitters always like to be aggressive. You know, they're going to get after you. You'd never want to get beat with that fastball. And they expand on the off-speed pitches like they are doing tonight.
He chased that one. Strikeout number 4 for Scott Kazmir, who helps his own cause with a terrific play here in inning number 2. Indians with a 1-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Here's our great clip of the game from Wednesday's win over Baltimore. Yan Gomes shooting one the other way. Yan Gomes turning on a pitch, pulling it into left field, and then he smokes this one down the line. Great clips. It's gonna be great. Gomes with a 5-game hitting streak, going 7 for his last 18. Bounces that one to short, backhanded by Turner. One away. The injury report brought to you by Elk & Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. And
The MASH unit.
yeah, well, Ike Davis is another key guy we haven't talked about, their first baseman. Big bat that they would love to have in that lineup. Matt Harvey, David Wright, Johan Santana, Frank Francisco, big bullpen guy.
Yeah, it's awfully tough to try and win when you have as many guys on the DL as they do. And some main players, too.
Yep. Those of us who have watched this team for many years know it all too well. One ball, one strike to count on Lonnie Chisenhall. Gets the start tonight. Chisenhall in his last 4 hits, 2 homers, 2 doubles. Up high with it, 3 balls and a strike. That looked a little low, but Wheeler got the call, full count. Ball 4, it's outside. Second walk issued by Wheeler. 1 on, 1 out now for Drew Stubbs. Our Firestone Complete Auto Care Extra Mile Index. Best records against teams whose records are below 500. The Indians have played 700 baseball against those kind of teams, and that's who they've got the rest of the season.
That's right.
Which is why there's still an opportunity for this club to make the playoffs.
If they continue to play 700, they should get 90 wins, and
that's what they.
I think they're going to hope so.
I think 90 wins is the magic number.
Well, then they have to go 16-7.
It's not a guarantee, mind you.
No, but it should be right there.
Stubbs chased after it, says Gary Darling, and the count is 1-1.
Let's just hope they can continue to play 700 baseball. If they do, what's their 440 winning percentage of the teams they're playing the rest of the way? Is 440. Yep. So you certainly hope so.
Here's the thing about 700 baseball: 1-1 pitch. 2 out of 3 is not quite good enough. They're going to need a sweep somewhere along the line, too.
Well, okay. You can do that. Just do whatever it takes.
Whoa. Barrel of the bat goes towards short. Chase Turner out of the way, and the throw pulls the first baseman off the bag. Nobody's at third. Chisenhall heads up, hustles all the way in there. Well, on one hand, that's a bad break for the Mets because I think the barrel of the bat caused everybody to just sort of panic for a moment.
I know it got the shortstop.
And it might have had something to do with Flores making an inaccurate throw, but Duda, when he came off the bag, he just couldn't apply the tag on Stubbs.
Yeah, here he comes. So he vacates his position. That's up for the pitcher. He made a bad throw, and you can see Duda trying to make the tag, who's not a first baseman by means. And no one's covering third. And look at Chisenhall picked that up. That's a heads-up base running play by Lonnie Chisenhall. He looked over at third. Nobody was there. He continued to run. So that'll go as a base hit. And good hustle play for Chisenhall.
I think understandably, Duda was worried about Stubbs running into him.
Sure.
Because that throw took him right into the baseline. And he was probably thinking, I might get run over right here. I think they want the umpire to move. They just want to change the positioning of the umpire here.
Well, he didn't realize the guy was on first.
Look at Duda. He's just thinking, holy mackerel, this might be ugly, but.
No hit. That's an error on the third. Okay, no hit. Error 5. Kreskin, our official scorer in the booth tonight, let me know that one.
He already knew it.
He said claw down, 5.
Outside ball 1 to Michael Bourne. Bourne singled right back up the middle his first time up. Up and away, 2-0. The error has certainly opened the door for the Indians here in inning number 2. And the pitch count continues to climb for Zach Wheeler. Bourne drives one to right field. Brown will make the catch. Chisenhall will tag. He's coming home to score, and the Indians lead it 2-0. Their second sac fly of the night. Michael Bourne has RBI number 40. So it's 2-0 Cleveland with 2 down here in the second. And Nick Swisher will now be the batter with a runner at first base.
And then both runs coming off sac flies tonight. Santana in the first. Now Bourne here in the second. So that extra base shows you how much that had to do with that inning. Good hustle by Chisenhall to get himself 90 feet away, especially with just 1 out.
There's Nick Swisher, a single his first time up. Stubbs back with a dive at first. That's upstairs. Ball 1. Nick Swisher. That base hit in the first inning, snapped an 0 for 12 slump. Runner goes. Swisher takes, throw down. They got him. Swisher says no way. But Paul Emmel called him out, and the inning is over. Just the second time this year Stubbs has been erased. 2-0 Cleveland. The Tasmanian devil right next to the rally chicken. Travis d'Arnaud will lead off the third for New York. d'Arnaud handling the catching duties. The Mets, they have high hopes for this young man. They believe that he can be a good player. It just hasn't showed itself offensively to this point. But he's also 24 years old, so the clock is ticking. He's a former first-round pick of the Phillies back in 2007, and he was quickly erased by Kazmir, who has struck out 5 of the first 8 New York Mets hitters. AT&T U-verse rewind.
Well, he doesn't mess around. He stepped out right from the first inning and struck out the side. Got him to chase a breaking ball there. And there's a good heater. And chasing another breaking ball. So he's had to work, and he's got good off-speed pitches tonight. When he has that, he moves that fastball around. He can be awfully tough.
Wilmer Flores. Flores just turned 22 1 month ago today. Venezuelan product. Fouled right back. Spent his first 5 years professionally in the minor leagues for the Mets and was a .284 hitter with 49 home runs in those 5 seasons. Fouled back out of play. No, I mean, we talked about it, though, with the Mets. Between injuries and performance, that's why they field the type of lineup that they do here tonight. Normally, you'd have David Wright in the ballgame playing at third base. They had Marlon Byrd in the outfield, who was having a good year. John Buck behind the plate.
Traded him to Pittsburgh.
Those two players were both dealt to Pittsburgh. So when you've got a team that's underperforming and you've got injuries, you get guys traded, you get guys on the DL, and all of a sudden.
Yeah, they were sellers at the trading deadline, and that was just throwing your bat to stay alive.
Sure was. I thought it broke, Rick, but you're right. He just simply threw it at it.
There was nothing to it. The ball knocked it out of his. I mean, he threw it at it. Watch this. He's fooled. Good changeup, and he just throws the bat to try and stay alive. Kazmir, for the first time through the lineup, 6-0-2-1-2 counts.
Beats it into the ground foul. Swung on and missed. 6 strikeouts for Kazmir. 2 down here in the 3rd inning.
Well, the video game that puts you in the owner's suite is now available free on iPhone and iPad. You can build your stadium and make the decisions to guide your team to the World Series. Download MLB Ballpark Empire free today.
Fouled right back out of play by Eric Young Jr., who struck out his first time up.
Hit him.
Got him on the arm, and Eric Young will take his base.
Well, you certainly know he's not trying to do that because this guy can steal bases. He has
35
as
on
you
the
mentioned,
year.
35 on the year. And watch, he just clips him up top, right on the backside of the arm.
Daniel Murphy will be the batter, struck out his first time up.
Young has 19 stolen bases in the second half.
Out of play. No balls and 2 strikes. As much as we focus on those first-round picks when it comes to the draft and the player development system, there are always guys like Daniel Murphy, unheralded 13th round selection back in 2006. And all he's done is hit .295 throughout his minor league career, and that's what got him noticed. Got him to the big leagues by 09, and then 2011 he hit .320 for the Mets. Last year .291. He's followed that up with a very solid 2013.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's having a very good year. You look at it overall. 568 at-bats to this point. He scored 82 runs, has 10 homers, 67 ribbies. So it's been a very solid year for this guy. You know, when you go through years like this and you have teams, certain players benefit from it and make the most of it. And it seems to be he has been one. He was a player of the week last week. Has 32 doubles.
Kazmir, long pause, the 0-2. Punched it towards third. It's over Chisenhall's head and into left field, a base hit. He literally just threw his bat at that one.
That's a case of just putting the ball in play. Instead of swinging and missing, you get to 2 strikes, you give up. He was fooled totally. This is a great pitch by Kazmir, but even a better job to just get your bat on the ball. And he gets it over the head of Chisenhall. Watch this. A breaking ball that had to be a foot outside. And it breaks his bat and gets over the head. Chisenhall, it's almost like it's in slow motion. You see that ball floating over your head. There's 2 outs, but it extends the inning. Now they have runners at first and second and 2 outs.
So 2 on, 2 out for the Mets. Josh Satin, the batter. And it's low ball 1. All this started with 2 outs after Eric Young was hit by a pitch. And this is what we were talking about. The one thing Kazmir wants to try to avoid is the long inning. Young takes off for third, and the ball was fouled by Satin, so Young will have to go back. Not sure why he'd be trying to steal third.
Well, I don't
situation.
either. With his speed, you know, he's in scoring position right there. And obviously the guy over at first base, but Gomes wanted to get up and try and throw him out. He just couldn't hold on to him, so that, I guess, helped him out. He was up, cocked, and ready to throw. And the safety was off.
Kazmir wants to talk. Beautiful sky overhead as the sun begins to set.
Boy, is it ever.
On this Friday evening here at Progressive Field. Two on, 2 out for New York. Tribe leading at 2-0. Threw it by him. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2. And Satin lays off. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kazmir about to make his 60th pitch so far. A lot of strikes. Here's 2-2. Swung on and missed. His 7th strikeout of the night. The Mets strand a pair. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd. Cleveland 2, New York nothing. Just a reminder as you enjoy a cold one to stay tuned later in the game for Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. There's that beautiful sunset. Bottom of the 3rd will feature Swisher, Kipnis, and Santana for the Indians. Nick Swisher was at the plate when Drew Stubbs was thrown out trying to steal to end the 2nd inning. Swings at the first pitch, pops it straight up. Darno, the catcher, makes the grab, 1 away. All right, let's go downstairs once again. Katie Witham has the latest on the Tribe's thoughts as far as the wild card race is concerned.
Well, Matt, Terry Francona made a good point today when speaking to the media. He said baseball's a completely different game from other sports. You can't just flip a switch and turn it up a gear. You have to maintain your focus and that effort level on a daily basis. But these players here in this dugout are aware of what's at stake. But then he made another good point, Matt. He said, quote, when the lights get the brightest, sometimes that's when a pitcher needs to throw a changeup.
Well, I mean, it's a situation where I think that players understand that the stakes are raised. The stakes are a little higher now. Does that mean they change their game? Do they play any differently? No. What happens, though, is something that you and I have talked about a lot, Rick. They're human beings. And if they put a little more pressure on themselves because they, in their minds, start thinking we have to win this game or we have to do something, then that's what certainly can be a difference maker, sometimes to the negative.
Well, and this is where you see guys step it up. This is where you see your better players. Good players have a tendency to step it up when they have to.
Well, and some guys love it. Some guys love
the
idea
thrive
that,
on it. That's what you're looking for. You need some players to step up. You know, everybody's going to try and do their best because everybody, they want the same goal, man. Let's get to the playoffs. But not everybody can do that.
Thought it was interesting before the game tonight. Payoff pitch to Kipnis is strike 3 called, huh? Kipnis doesn't think so. Gary Darling rings him up. 2nd strikeout for Wheeler, and there are 2 down here in the 3rd as we get another look.
Yeah, 2nd strikeout on that backdoor breaking ball. I don't know. I'd be a little upset if I was a hitter, too. That's a tough pitch to hit.
Anyway, talking about pressure before the ball game, Jarrett Wright, who is here this weekend in Cleveland as part of the Indians ambassador program. He'll visit with us during the game tomorrow, but he was talking with Al in the on Indians Live about pitching in Game 7 of the World Series, and he said, I was 21 years old. I wasn't thinking about the moment. I wasn't thinking about the pressure. To me, it was just another game. I was having fun.
Right.
And I think if you can have that kind of mentality, and some players are able to sort of be oblivious to the magnitude of the moment because it is just a game, and they are just sometimes very young kids. Jared said the game gets harder to play as I got older. He said, I get more nervous for games in April as I got older because you maybe start thinking too much.
Understand a little bit more and how it works.
Yeah.
When you first get called up and you're just throwing up, you're at the big leagues, you're like, eyes wide open and just enjoying every little thing that goes on, let alone being in Game 7 of the World Series. You think you would have to be nervous.
Well, plus, when you're in the World Series and 21 years old, you probably think, oh, that was okay. I guess we do this every year, huh?
Yeah. Just doesn't happen that way.
Well, the Indians try to make some noise with 2 outs now here in the 3rd inning. They've scored their first 2 via the sacrifice fly. Jason Kubel will bat with 2 down and a runner at first, and that runner is Carlos Santana. Smashed it right at the shortstop, and with the shift on, the inning is over. 3 complete. Cleveland 2, New York nothing. Top of the 4th, it will be Andrew Brown, Lucas Duda, and Justin Turner due up for the New York Mets. Scott Kazmir humming along so far. He has struck out 7 in the first 3 innings. Pitch outside, ball 1. Swung out and missed. Brown went down swinging his first time up. And he'll go down again. That's 8 out of
Yeah.
what, 11?
Yeah, that is hard to believe, isn't it? Well, this series will continue tomorrow, and the first 10,000 fans through the gates will receive a Michael Bourne jersey. And then also post-game fireworks to follow. It'll be set to a Woodstock theme. All taking place tomorrow, middle game of this 3-game series.
8 out of 13 hitters Kazmir has struck out so far here tonight. He's given up 2 hits and he's hit a batter. He's had a guy line one back into his glove and one batter's grounded out to third. Everybody else has struck out, and all 8 have been swinging.
Yeah, his season high is 10. You remember he did that in Oakland, against Oakland here in his first start against them in May. And then a couple of starts ago he had 8 against Minnesota. But 8 already in the 4th inning.
Check swing roller. Chisenhall's going to have to hurry. Safe.
No, they were playing him way over there. He was playing shortstop. And it's almost like it was a bunt is what happened. When you watch where Chisenhall started and where there's nobody on the left side of the infield. That's about the straightaway shortstop, but it was like a swinging bunt. Just checked his swing, so he had time to beat it out. That'll go as a base hit, the 3rd hit for the Mets.
Pitch down low. No, it's a called strike right at the knees. Chase that one in the dirt. 0-2. That time he's able to lay off. And the 1-2. That's hit it into the seats, ricocheted off one of the support poles.
Well, better than we had last game. We were here on Wednesday night. We had that ball go through the television set up in the Auto Club, and they have that TV replaced already, don't they?
I mean, Jim Folk and his guys, right on it.
Came right to your house and took the one you had in the basement and put it right up there on the wall.
I wonder why there was a mark on the wall. It looked like an old picture frame. Kipnis will flip it to Cabrera on the first. A double play ends the inning. Scott Kazmir gets the 2-for-1 ball, and we'll go to the bottom of the 4th. It remains Cleveland 2, New York nothing. all you need for the Browns-Dolphins matchup on Sunday. A look back at some of the Browns' forgettable openers and check out the new Mount Union football coach who's just a little bit like the old one. Get complete coverage of all today's action involving Ohio sports on foxsportsohio.com. Scott Kazmir, so far so good. Shutout baseball through 4. As Drupal Cabrera, Jan Gomes, Lonnie Chisenhall will bat for the Tribe. Zach Wheeler pitches. The ball is outside. 1-0. Wheeler came into tonight's game in 14 starts. His ERA was just .336 and a 7-3 record. So this guy is very good for such a young pitcher. And the Indians have scratched out a couple of early runs against him.
They scratched him out, and you like to scratch out one in the middle part of this game as well while you have an opportunity. Just trying to keep widen that gap, make it a little bit tougher for their offense to come back in this game.
Cabrera lays off. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fouled over toward the New York dugout. Ripped foul, first base side. Stays 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pulls that one off the first, and Duda touches the bag, 1 down. Time to take a look at tonight's trivia question, brought to you by AT&T. Name the last Indians player with 3 games of 5 or more hits in a season. 3 games, 5 or more hits. We'll have the answer coming up later in the game. Jan Gomes will bat here, grounded to short, his first and only time up. Zach Wheeler comes from a very athletic family. His mom and dad both played basketball in high school. Mom played softball. His dad played football. He said his dad played in rec leagues until he was in his 40s, and his mom was still throwing a softball up there. His brother Adam was drafted by the Yankees out of high school, but he had a labrum injury that forced him to retire after a few years in professional baseball. Broken bat, line drive, base hit, left field. Gomes around first. Young cuts it off, and that'll hold him to a 1-out single. Just the 3rd hit of the night for Cleveland, and a 1-out base runner here in the 4th inning.
Well, when you're a hitter and you crack your bat, that you love when it goes for a base hit like this one does. This was a breaking ball. You could see that hurt his hand.
Oh, the barrel went and drilled the catcher right on the
sure
elbow.
Did, right on the hip. That thing came around. The bat handle came off, and it clipped him on the left side, I believe. So it goes as a base hit for Gomes. And d'Arnaud, see, he looks all right. Here comes the trainer. Here comes his manager talking to him. But there's nothing you could do there. You don't know what's going to happen. The bat just shatters. It comes around, and it clipped him. One catcher to another. That's not fair, is it?
Well, it seems like that happens an awful lot, though.
Well, watch this again. keep your eye on the bat. Yeah, just on the hip.
Yeah. Not so much that you see a bat shatter and hit a guy, but how many times do you see a catcher at the plate and hit a foul tip and it drills the catcher in the mask? And it just seems to be they
know how
unintentionally beat each other up.
Yeah.
Lonnie Chisenhall jammed, bounces it to first. Duda goes to second for one. The return throw, got him. Double play ends the inning. So a twin killer in the top of the fourth, one in the bottom half. And we'll go to the fifth, 2-0 Cleveland. Baseball is brought to you by the wireless receiver only from AT&T Uverse. Rethink possible. And by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. We go now to the fifth inning with the Indians on top 2-0. Juan Lagares will lead off for New York. Kazmir delivers a first pitch strike. What else?
Well, of his 74 pitches, 54 have been strikes.
Of his 8 strikeouts, 7 have been to the right-handed batters.
Well, he's had 10 0-2, 1-2 counts.
And only one 3-ball count. Out of play to the right. Right back to him. It gets by him. Kipnis from behind the bag. Jump throw. Not in time.
Nice try. Just not enough time. That ball wasn't hit that hard to begin with. I mean, they are fooled on these pitches, and they've had a lot of hits where they had to reach and just put him in play. You can see how he was fooled there. It deflects off the mound. Kipnis gets it, jumps up, and tries to get enough on the throw. But Lagares beats it out just before the throw gets there, so that'll go as a base hit.
And he's hit now in 11 in a row. Travis d'Arnaud struck out his only time up. And that was on 3 pitches. Takes up and away ball 1. d'Arnaud 6 hits in his last 32 at-bats. And a little tardy on that fastball, 1-1.
Well, here's where I'd go at this guy. It looks like more with a fastball. It looks like he has a long swing. Don't mess around with him. If you do anything, bounce one when you get to 2 strikes.
Hit that one pretty well, but Bourne is right there to catch it in center field. 1 down. Let's send you back to the Hyundai Studios right now for an in-game update with Al Pulowski.
All right, Matt, Rick, let's go to New York. Red Sox and Yankees tonight. The Yankees up 4-2, thanks in part to Alfonso Soriano. A 2-run homer here, his 30th of the season, and his 13th while with the Yankees. It's the 4th inning. 4-2, Yanks lead the Red Sox. Matt?
All right, thanks, Al. Elsewhere, Baltimore over Chicago, 1-0 there in the 5th. Kansas City leads Detroit 1-0. They're just underway at Kauffman Stadium. Snap throw to first base. It gets by Swisher, and down the line it goes. A poor throw by Gomes, and all the way to third base goes Lagares.
Now that really, I don't know. This guy's not going to steal, and I'm not so sure about that throw. If you make it, you've got to get up and at least step and make a good throw. That ball wide. Now you're giving him an opportunity to get on the board. He threw from his knees. High and away, past Swisher, down into the corner. He's going to go 2 bases on the error by Gomes. Not a good decision right there. You know, it's one thing if a guy's off the base and, you know, he's falling asleep and you see it coming and you can do something about it, but just to try and pick him off like that, I don't think it was a wise move.
Well, let's see if Kazmir can pick his catcher up here. Looking for a strikeout here against Wilmer Flores, who fanned his first time up. And just threw it by him. 95 miles an hour. Kazmir got mad, and that's 9 strikeouts on the night for the left-hander.
Well, don't mess around. That was he was overmatched on that pitch.
So the runner at third base, Juan Lagares, with Eric Young at the plate. Young hit by a pitch his last time up. Struck out in the first. A little bit low, ball 1. Outside with it. 2 balls, no strikes. Bounce to short. Cabrera throws it over. Got him. Kazmir does indeed get out of trouble here in the 5th. Picks up Yan Gomes. And we'll go to the bottom of the 5th. 2-0 Cleveland. Last year, it was the game of the year. Tonight, it could be even better. Do not miss Friday night high school football. St. Ignatius battles Mentor. Wildcats, Cardinals, tonight at 11 on Sports Time Ohio. Drew Stubbs, Michael Bourne, Nick Swisher here in the 5th. At the knees, a fastball strike. 1-1 to count. Stubbs reached on an error in the second. He was caught stealing just the second time this year, I believe. Bounce to third. It's in the hole. It gets by the shortstop. Turner with an off-balance throw. No chance to get the speedy Stubbs.
Well, he made a nice play, and you're certainly not going to throw out Stubbs. I mean, he's beat out balls that were hit right at the defenders, but watch this going into the hole and at least putting something on it.
He's not even in the picture. He's so far by
yeah,
the
but
bag.
I mean, that's accurate and still a nice effort. But Stubbs gets an infield single. That's 4 hits for the Indians. All of them have been singles. They had 2 in the first, 1 in the fourth, and now their leadoff man here in the 5th.
Michael Bourne fouls it back. This is that time of the game, though, where you'd love to see the Indians make a move to put a little distance between themselves and New York.
Yeah, that's the score in the middle part of the game when you take a lead. Right now, the way Kazmir's been pitching, get him another run or two, and this one, you could shut it down.
I don't think I've ever seen a guy throw over with the runner standing on the base. Stubbs didn't know what to do. He almost left the bag. Just a little bit low, 1-1. Breaking ball, and it's a called strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Bourne, who singled and scored in the first inning. Then he drove in a run with a sacrifice fly in the second. No doubt what that means. But Bourne steps away first. See if he stays with the fastball. He will. Good place to miss, though, if you're going to miss. Especially when you're ahead in the count. Staying with the Express, a throw to first instead. Stubbs back easily.
No, he's a young pitcher that doesn't, get caught up into throwing too many breaking balls or change-ups. He uses that fastball. He's only given up the 1 run. It was a sacrifice fly in the first, an unearned run in the second, a walk and an error.
Out of play.
So he stays pretty aggressive as a pitcher and comes right at you. He has been able to start some hitters out with get me over curve balls that they've been able to take.
Runner goes. It's outside. Throw down into center field. Stubbs lost it momentarily. Wouldn't have mattered, I don't think, although had he taken off, Lagares bobbled the ball. He probably could have gotten to third. But he's in the scoring position with his 16th steal of the year.
Well, he was thrown out once, and now Stubbs steals one. He had a good jump, and he says, just because you got me once, I'm not going to quit running. The throw was way up in the air, and they're going to deke him and pretend like he has the ball. But you're right, he's not going to get up and go to third base in that situation. So in scoring position now with nobody out.
And the payoff pitch to Bourne is low, ball 4. An infield hit and a walk. And the Indians have their first 2 on in the 5th. Our in-game recap brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. In the first, Carlos Santana with the bases loaded and nobody out. Sac fly to center brought home Bourne. In the second, it was Bourne with a sac fly that brought home Chisenhall with the unearned run. And that's been it so far, thanks to Scott Kazmir, who has made it stand up with 5 shutout innings, striking out 9 New York hitters. Now Nick Swisher with 2 on, nobody out. He singled in the first, fouled out his last time up. He squares, pulls it back, and the pitch is low, ball 1.
Yeah, I like this. Move them over. You need another run. You can get another run or 2 right here. It's a really big part of this ball game, so why not? Swisher's hitting a 238 on the season. Move them over. I like it. Got Kipnis on deck. Take your chances.
Flores in at third now, even with the bag. Swisher swings and sends one high in the air. Deep right center field. Lagares back on the track. Brown is there too, and Brown makes the catch well in front of the warning track. Stubbs tags and goes to third, and there's 1 out in the inning. Well, off the bat, it looked like that ball was going to carry better than it did.
Well, he did get the runner from second to third, but there's still a double play in order. You know, with Bourne on first base here with Kipnis the batter. So he turned around to show bunt that first pitch. But that fly ball gets his man to third base. So another fly ball get a run home if it's deep enough.
Now Kipnis tonight walked in the first, struck out on a called third strike in the third on a pitch that looked borderline at best. Let's leave it at that. Now, if you're Bourne, is this a position where you want to try to steal a base?
Well, why not? You've got Stubby on third. If you can and you can get a jump, go right ahead.
Down in the dirt and almost to the backstop.
Nice pick.
Nicely done by d'Arnaud.
You know, there's a slider right there. Sometimes in this situation, first and third, and you have the speed, a lot of guys won't throw through. You know, because thinking that the minute that ball is released, that guy from third is going to break home. You know, trying to steal another run. But you're in the middle part of the lineup. You've got Kipnis. A lot of times you don't want to take the bat out of his hand and try and get somebody thrown out. But I always like running first and third.
Out of play, 1 ball, 1 strike. That's low, 2-1. Zach Wheeler about to make his 80th pitch of the night. Kipnis chased one, maybe up out of the strike zone there, 2-2.
Tough one to lay off. I mean, when you're up around the letters and that ball's in the middle of the plate, that's a good one. You see it so well, but it's a tough one to get on top of, even if you're looking up there to hit a sacrifice fly, and that's exactly what Kipnis is doing. He goes over there with 2 strikes now.
Strikes him out again. 2 down. Boy, Wheeler's been impressive.
He handcuffed him right there. Well, how would you like to bring your dog out to Progressive Field? Well, you could do that Monday. The Indians' annual Puppy Palooza event. It'll take place, and all vaccinated pets can enjoy the Indians game against the Royals. Visit Indians.com/Puppy Palooza for tickets and all the details.
That'll leave it up to Carlos Santana. Drove in a run with a sac fly in the first, walked in the third. He bats with first and third, 2 down here in the 5th. Indians with a 2-0 lead.
Now he's going to go out and give the signs on what he's going to do. If Bourne should take off, whether they throw through or they do not.
You know, even though it's a left-handed hitter on deck, you almost figure if Bourne does steal here, they might just walk Santana.
Well, even if he stays there, you can look at it like they have an open base, but
He
not
drills
any
it
longer.
into center field. That'll score Stubbs. Bourne stops at second, 3-0 Cleveland. Santana's second RBI of the night. Give him 62 on the year.
That's a big hit with 2 outs. Santana jumped on it. Nicely done. That adds on to that run now, or to the lead to make it 3-0. A little two-seam fastball down and away. Santana shoots it right back up. Watch a nice short swing. You know, it was down. He put a good swing on that ball and just hit a line drive up the middle. Didn't overswing, didn't have an uppercut.
Now Jason Kubel 0 for 2 on the night. Ball 1, it's inside.
Doubled up on the curveball. He has a good curveball.
The 1-1. Fastball ripped right off the mask of d'Arnaud. And the count 1-2. Breaking ball upstairs. Two balls and 2 strikes with 2 down and 2 aboard here in the 5th. And a breaking ball hit in the air, let out of play. You were talking about his changeup. The story on MLB.com that I read said, you know, his fastball and his curveball are pretty developed. The changeup isn't there yet, so
Right.
how much he uses it, you know, you're not going to see it as much, probably in a tight situation like this.
His
especially.
curveball is better.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. That's his good. He's been able to throw it first pitch for strikes.
They feel like once he develops that changeup, then look out, this kid could really
no,
go.
he's much more developed. That's absolutely correct. That fastball and curveball are his best. And he's been able to locate that fastball at times too. Getting a big strikeout in this inning to get Kipnis inside with 2 strikes. He's tried the slider a little bit, and he's been inconsistent with it, and he's tried his changeup just a couple times. He's been inconsistent with it. So it's been the good fastball curveball mix.
Two on, 2 out, 2-2 pitch. And Kubel able to lay off, full count, so the runners will go on the 3-2. Gonzalez Herman is loosening now for New York. The payoff pitch, the runners go. It's low, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Second walk in the inning. Dan Warthen, the pitching coach, is going to come out as Herman still warming in the bullpen. It's been a 28-pitch inning.
Well, and he has 5 walks on the night. So the Indians with a chance to open this one wide open, man. Base hit here. Already with 1 2-out base hit. Santana picked up a run. Cabrera's going to get an opportunity.
Well, we get a pinch runner. That's Matt Carson on for Jason Kubel. So Terry Francona looking for a little speed at first with 2 down in the inning. If Asdrubal Cabrera can get a hold of one, he's 0 for 2 on the night and 0 for his last 14. In the air center field, back is Lagares. He's there. He'll make the catch. The inning is over. Tribe leaves them loaded, but they add a run. And after 5, it's the Indians 3, the Mets nothing. Fox College Saturday returns tomorrow on Fox Sports 1 as 13th ranked Oklahoma State battles Texas San Antonio, followed by Louisiana Lafayette taking on K-State, while West Virginia battles 16th ranked Oklahoma. Then in the nightcap, Washington State looks to upset 25th ranked USC. Fox Sports is your home for college football all season long. Matt Carson stays in the ballgame in left field after he pinch ran for Jason Kubel. Scott Kazmir has struck out 9 through 5 innings. Bullpen for the Indians quiet at the moment. Kazmir has given up just 4 hits on the night. And a first pitch strike to Daniel Murphy. Out of play. Upstairs, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kazmir came out guns blazing. Retired 8 of the first 9 New York hitters, striking out 6 of them. Second time through the lineup, he struck out 3. And he has struck out Daniel Murphy now, who is the 2 hitter for New York. So he's going through this lineup through the 3rd time tonight. And he's equaled his season high now with 10 strikeouts this evening. Downstairs to Katie Witham.
Well, Tribe fans, if you're thinking about putting down a deposit on 2014 season tickets, do it now and you guarantee yourself playoff ticket priority for this year. You also get access to Tribe rewards and all those great benefits. Get the information now at Indians.com. Matt.
Thanks, Katie. Swing and a miss by Josh Satin, who is 1 for 2 with a base hit and a strikeout. No balls, 2 strikes. Kazmir continues to hum. A season high 11 strikeouts on the night. 2 down in the 6th.
I mean, he just rearing back and letting it go.
2 off his career high.
Fastball right there.
He struck out 13 Oakland A's back on August 25th of 2007. Ironically, and it's funny how baseball works like this sometimes, the most strikeouts he's ever had in a game came against Oakland. The most walks he's ever had in a game also came against Oakland. Completely different game, because in that same game, no, it wasn't. On a completely separate incident against Oakland also, he's given up the most earned runs ever in his career.
Well, it's all or nothing.
Yeah, talk about both ends of the spectrum.
He's just pumping fastballs right now and throwing them by these guys.
And the fans are starting to really love it, as Kazmir is 1 strike away from whiffing the side here in the 6th. Oh, he blew it by him. Kazmir strikes out the side. A dozen Ks. A new season high for Kazmir. And the Indians lead it 3-0. Indians with a 3-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. And New York with today's Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen. Gonzalez Herman coming into the game now. He'll face the bottom third of the Indians order. Yan Gomes, Lonnie Chisenhall, Drew Stubbs due up. Herman has pitched in 21 games this year, 1 up, 2 down, a 4.44 ERA.
Well, the rookie Wheeler went 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned. He walked 5, struck out 3. And they had the 1 single, and that was the 2-out Santana single that drove in the run. Other than that, it was a couple of sacrifice flies. So Herman coming on to face Gomes.
Herman's spent the first 5 full seasons of his professional career in the minor leagues. And now this year getting his first taste of life in the bigs. Dominican Republic native. He threw it by Yan Gomes. 1-1 to count. Nice slider, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Good separation from 93 with the fastball to 83 with that off-speed pitch. Herman has struggled a little bit here of late. He's given up 5 earned runs in his last 3 games, 7 in his last 8. Gomes drives one deep left field. Young back looking up. It's off the wall. Plays it well, throws towards second, but Gomes in safely with a leadoff double. His second hit of the night. And Yan Gomes just continues to hit. He's now hit in 6 straight games. And Ricky has 9 hits in his last 21 at-bats.
Watch the location. His nitro zone, down and in, man. He loves that ball down there. I don't care if it's a fastball. That was a changeup that was coming down and in. He just banged it off the wall. The first extra base hit for the Indians tonight. That was their 6th hit. But boy, Gomes likes it down there.
Lonnie Chisenhall walked and scored in the 2nd. Hit into a double play his last time up. This one's hit high and foul and out of play. Lonnie Chisenhall chased one in the dirt, and it's 0-2. Cody Allen is once again getting up in the Tribe bullpen, so not sure if that means Kazmir's night is over. Usually when you get a guy up this early, that might be it for Kazmir. Boy, he has really pitched well tonight. Chisenhall drives one left or deep right field. Brown is back on the track at the wall. He can't make the play. Gomes coming around third. They're going to wave him home. Here's the throw. It's going to third. And Chisenhall is out at the bag. I don't know what happened there.
Well,
Gomes scores.
Stopped. Gomes stopped in between third and home. And I think Chisenhall had to. And then he should have been thrown out at home plate, but he is able to make it. So that was a strange play. They wanted to come around third. And Chisenhall does a nice job to stay after that changeup after swinging through one that was down. It goes off the wall in right field. And by the time Braun can get it in, watch, he stopped.
Oh, you're
right.
right.
And then he started again, and Chisenhall sort of didn't know what to do. Gomes slips. Watch this. He saw a stop sign. It was a late stop sign.
Yeah.
And then by the time he came up, he was lucky to score. They could have had him out at home plate, but they didn't realize that. So that goes to the double and RBI.
The weird thing, Rick, was that Murphy, when he caught the ball, he was going to third all the way. So they were either telling him 3. But I thought, like you, I was surprised he didn't turn and come home because I thought they had a shot, at least on a play at the plate on Gomes.
Well, a little different. But the Indians come back and score, put their 4th on the board. I thought it was a good job by Chisenhall to pull the ball.
Bounced in front of the plate. Well, the Indians have added another tally. They've scored 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the 5th, and now another run home here in the 6th. And Herman has continued his struggles. Just mentioned a moment ago, he had given up 5 earned runs in his last 3 games, so make it 6 in his last 4 and 8 in his last 9. So for Gonzalez, Herman, that's a tough go when you're coming out of the bullpen trying to either A, hold a lead, or B, keep a team from expanding their lead. Called third strike for Stubbs, 2 down in the inning. And we'll get the answer now to our AT&T trivia question. Last Indians player with 3 games of 5 or more hits in the season. Victor Martinez.
Joe Carter.
All the way back to Big Joe, 1986. Top of the order, Michael Bourne. He singled and scored in the first, drove in a run in the second with a sac fly, walked in the 5th. Cody Allen continues to warm.
Well, I would think that means he's in the ball game.
Yeah. With as much work as he's done this year, I wouldn't think he'd be getting up just for the heck of it.
Right. Chicken Al getting loose.
Swung on a miss. It's 2-2. Herman delivers, and Bourne pops it to left. The inning is over. The Tribe tacks another run onto their lead, and we'll go to the 7th. Cleveland 4, New York 0. There's a look in at Progressive Field on this fine Friday evening from our Panini Cam, brought to you by Panini's Bar and Grill. The Indians have a 4-0 lead. It will be Lucas Duda, Justin Turner, and Juan Lagares. Here in the 7th for the New York Mets, Scott Kazmir, his night is over after 6 4-hit shutout innings, striking out a season-high 12, one shy of his career best. Cody Allen enters the game now for the 65th time this year. 5-1, 2.35 ERA.
Yeah, he's had a nice year. Last time he was out, he had both the fastball and the curveball working. He was very good. And tonight, so was Scott Kazmir. He was fun to watch. That first time through the lineup, he struck out 6 out of 9. 16 0-2 1-2 counts out of 22 hitters he faced. So how good was that tonight? Outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, he was ahead. He
made it look easy.
He attacked.
Made it look easy tonight. He really did.
You hit 12 swinging strikeouts. Not one of them is a called third.
Well, I'm trying to think of the hardest ball that was hit off him, because the broken bat single over the head of Chisenhall.
The one that he caught was the hardest one to hit.
Right. The hardest hit ball was off Duda's bat.
It was at 99 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Right?
He was leading off the second inning. Hit the hardest ball of the night, and Scotty K made the play.
Upstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. This is the play we're talking about back in the 2nd.
Look at that. Yeah, I got it. We said it was 99 miles an hour coming off that bat. And it goes in the end of the glove, thank goodness. Whew. He said, I can't let that happen anymore tonight. Heart can't take it.
He struck out 3 in the 1st, struck out 3 in the 3rd, and then struck out the side 1, 2, 3 in the 6th. Started strong, finished even stronger. But still 3 innings to go now for this Tribe bullpen. In the air, shallow left. In comes Matt Carson to make the grab, 1 away. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Let's just sit back and enjoy the swings and misses. Yeah, that's a lot of fun when you're a pitcher and you've got that kind of dominant type stuff.
Total control of the ball game tonight for Kazmir.
Justin Turner 0 for 2. A couple of ground outs. 1, he bounced into a double play in the 4th that ended the inning. Drives this one to deep center. Bourne running out of room. See you later. Whoa. He crushed that thing. Turner's first home run of the year.
Well, I'll tell you what, that wasn't a cheapie either. That thing went over the trees. Straight away center.
Wow.
Yeah. A loud one. So the Mets are on the board. Turner just smoked. Oh, that fastball right there out over the plate, belled high. And I mean, he gave it a ride. He got it all.
.416 feet, they tell us.
416, please. It's 400 at the base of the wall, and it went up in the second row up there. They better get that thing checked. I'd believe maybe 430, maybe 440.
Juan Lagares 1 for 2. Takes a strike. 2-1. It's hit pretty well to right field. Stubbs racing back. It's over his head. One hops the wall. Lagares into second base with a one-out double. So a homer and now a well-struck double.
Well, let's look. The fastball home run was right down the middle, and so was this double. A nice fastball out over the plate and gives him swinging room. He stayed on it and drives it past Stubbs in right field. So Lagares gets his 20th double. Mickey Callaway wants to come out and have a quick chat with Allen.
While they talk it over, let's go back to the Hyundai Studios for an in-game update with Al Pulaski.
All right, Matt. Well, after Kansas City took a early 1-0 lead, Detroit came back with 5 runs in the top of the second, highlighted by this 2 RBI double here by Austin Jackson. They're in the 3rd inning now at the K. The Tigers lead the Royals behind Anibal Sanchez 5-1. Matt?
The Indians aren't getting any help with regards to the other wild card games tonight. New York is pounding Boston, and Baltimore is beating Chicago.
Baltimore, you mean, over Chicago?
What did I say?
Boston.
Boston's.
You're all good. Baltimore's over Chicago.
Tampa Bay is in action later tonight in Seattle. Strike over the outside corner to Travis d'Arnaud, who is 0 for 2 tonight. In the air right field. Stubbs is there. Catch is made. And there are 2 down in the inning. Stubbs on that throw to Cabrera nearly took the head off of Juan Lagares. I mean, that's where Cabrera was lined up, but if you notice, Lagares had to duck. Stubbs threw a BB right to Cabrera. That will bring up Wilmer Flores, who is 0 for 2. He has struck out twice on the night. Watch this throw by Stubbs.
Well, throw it right at the
Watch
runner.
Lagares.
We'll see if he moves. Low bridge.
Get down. Upstairs, that was letter high. 1-1. Good off-speed pitch. Drops it in for a strike. He gets ahead 1-2. Cody Allen lets it rip. Flores lines it to center field, but Bourne makes the grab. The inning is over. Mets get on the board on the solo homer by Turner, but it's stretch time here at Progressive Field with the Indians up front 4-1. 7th inning stretch brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. Life is hard. Buying a car shouldn't be. 4-1. The Indians lead it as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Gonzalez Herman, who gave up a run in the 6th inning, stays on to work the 7th. Nick Swisher 1 for 3 on the night. One and one the count here on Swisher. Three and one. Hard hit ground ball, but with the shift on, Murphy from the outfield grass able to throw him out one away.
Well, come on down to the ballpark on Tuesday. Kansas City Royals will come to town. That'll be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But Tuesday night will be Dollar Dogs night. All night long. Indians.com for your tickets.
Our Mike Pacta did some digging around and found that Scott Kazmir's performance tonight has some historical footnotes to it. The last time an Indians pitcher struck out 10, didn't walk a batter, and did not give up a run was 1968.
No kidding.
When it happened twice. Louis Tiant and Stan Williams.
The year of the pitcher.
Stan Williams struck out a dozen in his performance. Louis Tiant, El Tiante fan 19. They were both extra inning games. And back then, you might pitch 10 or 11 innings if you were a starter.
I was wondering how many did Tiant pitch if he had 19 punch-outs. Holy smokes.
Maybe Mike can let us know. I wonder how many innings he did pitch. Figure if he pitched.
That's a heck of a 19 punch-outs.
He beat the Twins 1-0 in that game.
Wow.
Struck out 19. Yeah. Yeah, imagine striking out 19, no walks.
That's a...
The fact that anybody got on base, period, is almost
Yeah.
freakish. Carlos Santana's had a good night for the Tribe. A sac fly in the first, walked in the third, RBI single in the fifth. 2-1 to count. Matt Carson would be next. And he will be next as Santana draws a walk for the second time tonight. Tomorrow at noon, Southeast Louisiana heads into Fort Worth to take on the Horned Frogs of TCU. Then after the Indians game, Mount Union hosts Franklin from Alliance with Joe Tate on the call. It all kicks off at noon tomorrow right here on Sports Time Ohio. That's back and almost got Jimmy Orek.
Jimmy O. Got him. It's sitting right on the TV.
Picked it up. There you go.
There you go. Take it home, Jimmy. That's the ugly finder. It found him. There he is. Hi, home. There it is. Souvenir. Nice catch, Jimmy.
Carson a swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Carson rips it into right field. That's in the gap. A base hit cut off by Brown. Santana will go to third, and the Indians have runners at the corners with 2 away.
He got on top of that high fastball and took it to right field. A pretty good job with 2 strikes after, breaking balls down or that changeup. Watch him get on top here. They wanted it that way, and he took it that way. Keeps it going after the 2-out walk. It's now first and third with 2 outs, and it gives Cabrera another opportunity.
Asdrubal is 0 for 3 tonight. He is fouled out, grounded out, fly to center. Carson back with a dive. Bounce towards second base. Murphy will throw him out. The inning is over. Tribe strands a pair. We go to the 8th. Cleveland 4, New York 1.
Authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians.
Stay tuned for Indians Live, brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. It comes your way after the ball game here on Sports Time Ohio. We'll have the highlights, recap the ball game. Indians with a 4-1 lead as we go to the 8th inning. New pitcher for the Tribe, Joe Smith, on for the 61st time this year. 6-2 at .247 ERA.
Cody Allen won an inning and gave up a couple of hits, a run. That home run coming on the solo home run. That's how the Mets got on the board.
At the knees, a strike. Eric Young is 0 for 2, was hit by a pitch in the third inning. One pitch. Little tapper by Smith. Kipnis will have to go to the bare hand. He can't come up with it. And then Eric Young Jr. aboard with an infield hit.
Well, anytime you have a guy with speed like Young has, once that ball gets past the pitcher, as a defender, you know you've got to go ahead and make a barehanded play. That's your only chance coming in, and that just makes it a little tougher for you. Hit him in the palm of the hand high.
Yeah.
Up around the wrist. He just couldn't get it cleanly. But that's a do or die play, and it's an awfully tough play. But it'll go as a base hit now for Young.
Daniel Murphy 1 for 3 on the night. Oh, they got him. Young was already making a move towards second base. They'll run him back. Cabrera fakes him, and then he's got him. Nicely done. 1 away.
Well, you can't get picked off there. You're down 3 runs, 8th inning. Your outs are at a premium, and you just give 1 away. You went from 6 outs to 5 on a guy that was picked off. That is a no-no.
It looked like he was going to go and I don't know why. Like you said, I don't know why down 3 runs.
When you go, you have to make sure he goes home. You can't get picked off. They now are down to 5 outs because he's picked off. At least if he's on, you get one more guy on base. That brings a tying run to the plate.
Yeah, that's big for Joe Smith. A little bit outside, 1-0. Popped him up. On the infield, Lonnie Chisenhall camps under it. Makes the catch. 2 down. Let's go back and take a look at our keys to the game, courtesy of Akron Children's Hospital. We mentioned at the outset of our telecast tonight for Scott Kazmir, he wanted to beat the team that drafted him but traded him. And he did all in his power to execute that. And the Indians, I tell you what, I was impressed with Zach Wheeler tonight. He gave up 1 earned run, then an unearned run. But he had a pretty good fastball and a pretty good curveball. The Indians scratched out another run against him in the 5th inning. Pitch at the knees, a strike to Josh Satin, who is 1 for 3 on the night. And the count quickly, 0-2. Joe Smith spent his off day yesterday along with his teammate Drew Stubbs, and you and me and Mike Hargrove and a host of others, helping Jimmy Hanlon with his charity golf tournament yesterday at Stonewater Golf Club.
Beautiful day, nice event.
Very well done.
Yeah, he couldn't pick a better day. It's a lot of fun.
David Ardsma getting loose in the Mets bullpen. And the 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. The inning is over. Joe Smith locks up Satin. And the Mets are out here in the 8th. And the Tribe leads it 4-1. Bottom of the 8th inning here at Progressive Field. And the New York Mets will go back to their bullpen. Third pitcher of the night is David Aardsma. Right-hander on for the 34th time this year. He's 2-2 with a 4.45 ERA.
Let's look at the numbers of Aardsma. I'd like to send out some birthday wishes tonight. Timothy Gogan is turning 30. Big Tribe fan. Steve Turkish is turning 59. Happy birthday to you both. And Paul and Stella Correco of Beechwood celebrating their 66th wedding anniversary.
Pitch in there for a strike. We've seen David Aardsma in the past from when he was pitching with the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah, he's had arm issues and arm troubles, but he had a great arm at one time.
One ball, two strikes. Yan Gomes, another good night at the plate. 2 for 3, a single, a double, a run scored. Fouled right back. He's hitting 6 straight. Chased a breaking ball that time. One away here in the bottom of the 8th. In-game box score brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Bourne and Santana got the Indians on the board early with the sac flies. And then the Indians just kind of scratched and clawed. Santana had the RBI hit in the 5th, an RBI double by Chisenhall in the 6th. And Scott Kazmir with a great start. 6 shutout innings. The executive producer for Sports Time Ohio is Tom Farmer. Our coordinating producer is Steve Warren. Tonight's game produced by Jim Murphy, directed by Pat Murray. Indians Live, produced by Mike Bachman. Associate producers Mike Pachta and Steve Bardo. Technical director Dan Larson. Creative consultant Mark Koha. The 0-2 to Lonnie Chisenhall upstairs.
Just a bit up.
Our statistician tonight overwhelming us with statistical knowledge. Jeff Gears handed me this card.
He has been unbelievable.
Scott Kazmir, the first pitcher in Major League Baseball since 1999 to throw 6 innings of shutout baseball without a walk and strike out 12. Matt Parasho of Texas, the last guy to do it. Out of play. He did it against the Los Angeles Lakers, I believe. I'm not sure what LAL is supposed to mean.
Look at him. He got a chuckle out of him.
What do you think?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's
California, maybe? Is that supposed to be a C?
yeah. I think it's American League team.
Here's the 2-2. Fouled back out of play. Downstairs, full count. Ardsma's payoff pitch. Chisenhall fouls it right back. It's a final in Baltimore. The Orioles blanked the White Sox tonight 4-0. So Baltimore trying to stay neck and neck with Cleveland in that wild card chase. 3-2 pitch. Ball 4. Tribe has a one-out base runner here in the 8th now for Drew Stubbs. Scott Feldman with a complete game shutout for Baltimore. Tampa Bay, that's the team everybody's chasing really for that second wild card spot. They'll be in Seattle later tonight. Indians hoping for a little help maybe from Boston, but the Yankees still lead the Red Sox 8-4. We get a pinch runner now for Chisenhall. You know, this is, I wanted to mention this before I forgot tonight. You know, we've talked about it. It's been written about. The Indians, what's left on their schedule, the winning percentage of the teams that they have left, below 500.
Right.
So certainly on paper, that's encouraging. But last night, Houston, which has won 47 and lost 93, beat Oakland. So you can look at the numbers and look at the records and say A should beat B. But not always the case.
No, it isn't. I mean, Oakland, I think it beat Houston the first 10 or 11 games they played this year. And then, you know, eventually some major league teams are going to turn it around. They'll beat you, especially if they're in your division.
Stubbs rips it to left field. All the way to the fence. Ramirez flying around second. He's coming around third, and Mills will stop him there. And a good idea because they got it a perfect throw to the cutoff man. But now the Indians have runners at second and third looking to add to a 4-1 advantage here in the 8th. Stubbs hit it hard, his second hit of the night. Terry Collins going to go back to his bullpen here.
He drilled that ball. That was middle in, coming inside, and he drilled it down into the corner. So Stubbs with his second hit of the night, his 20th double, sets the table for some more runs for the Indians to increase their lead in this 4-1 ball game.
A left-hander will be coming on for the Mets when we come back. 4-1, the Indians lead it. And the Tribe threatening to add to that lead with runners at second and third and one out in this 8th inning. Left-handed hitting Michael Bourne coming up. So the Mets go to left-hander Tim Burdack. He's coming out of the Mets bullpen. He has spent the entire year in the minor leagues. He's only pitched, what is this? Yeah, second game.
Yeah, second game. He's coming off surgery. He had it last September. To repair a torn interior capsule of the left shoulder.
He also had a banged up right knee, too.
Infield is playing in to try and cut it off at the plate. Good speed on the bases for the Indians.
I'm not sure, but I think that might be the same surgery, or at least the same type of surgery, that anterior capsule that the Johan Santana had. And that's, from what I understand, pretty major stuff. Missed outside, 3-0. Well, as you and I know, though, being around baseball, it's one thing they've done wonders with the elbow surgery. The shoulder
Right.
is still, there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of mystery to it.
So many different muscles and things going into it.
Ball
he
four.
comes out on the left. He does not do his job. Well, he'll walk him loaded.
And they're loaded for Nick Swisher with one out here in the 8th. You know, it's too bad this guy had the injury at the end of last year because Terry Collins said he could use him almost every day. He probably only faced one batter, but
Right.
he said he was a guy who was ready and he could come in and pitch to just that one batter, but he could use him almost every day.
That's why managers love him, but that's probably also why he had shoulder surgery, too, when you think about it.
You start thinking about it like,
Well,
well,
sure.
maybe.
I mean, he's been around. He came up with the Kansas City
Right.
Royals back in '98.
He's not a kid. You're right.
So, you know, you start using guys every day, and there's only so many pitches in that gun, so many bullets in the gun.
Spent a couple of years in the Indians farm system, too. Spent time with 2001 and in 2002 with the Tribe's minor league program. 1-1 pitch. Swung out and missed. Jose Ramirez, the runner at third. Drew Stubbs at second. Michael Bourne at first. High pop. And that's going to be out of play. Rick says here Mike Napoli hit a grand slam in the 7th inning, scoring Shane Victorino, Carp, and Pedroia to tie the game at 8
In
against
New York?
the Yankees.
Okay. Well, the Yankees did the same thing to the Red Sox last night, except they took the lead, and the Yankees blew it in the 9th. So they're at it again, a Red Sox-Yankees matchup here in September.
Swisher gets on it, but hits it foul. Hit pretty well. Deep left. Young looking up. Gone to Souvenir City. Nick Swisher with a grand slam here in the 8th inning as the Indians busted open. Swisher's 16th home run of the year. RBIs number 47, 48, 49, and 50.
Speaking of grand slams.
And the Tribe with the salami leads it 8-1.
No doubt there. He gave him a little swinging room. The ball was down for him. He elevated it. Somebody has a souvenir out in the bleachers.
The 8th in his career for Swish. Two of those runs charged to David Aardsma. 2 charged to Burdick. 8-1 Cleveland. Way outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And strike 3 called, 2 down.
Well, there's that little breaking ball that's coming into the barrel head of that bat, and he drives it. And I mean, he knew it. Running down, he knew he had enough. It's been a while. There it is. Salami. You got to love it. Made it an 8-1 ball game for Swisher.
Fastball strike to Carlos Santana. Carlos, an RBI single, a sac fly, and a couple of walks tonight. Way out in front of it, and I think he doinked the catcher on the follow-through.
Yes, he did. I heard it from up here. That long extended follow-through got him on the mask or the helmet, I think. Watch this. Breaking ball, boink. Ouch. Again.
He got him again, didn't he?
Look at Carlos. That's all right, man. You better move back about 3 feet.
I don't think that's going to be the answer.
My goodness. Second straight time.
Did you see him move out of the way that time on the backswing? Oh, what a grab by the young fan. He actually outplayed Duda for the ball.
He was in play, too, when he
sure
caught
was.
that. At least it looked like that from my vantage point.
He wanted it more.
Well, he got it. He had a pretty nice first baseman's glove, too, to catch it to. Duda quits. Doesn't go over there. From that angle, it's hard to tell. It looks like it might have been in the stands from that angle. Nice play, though. Again, he keeps swinging. I'll tell you, that catcher's got to be, he's got to hate Santana in the batter's box. You got to go back. And you go back, then you get beat up from the foul tips on the ball. It's that extended swing where he lets go with the top hand and then follows through with his long one. It's a third time in this at-bat he's hit him.
It's a short. Turner throws him out. The inning is over, but Nick Swisher has put the Mets lights out with one big swing of the bat. A grand slam. It's 8-1 Cleveland. Stay tuned for Indians Live. Brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. It comes your way next here on Sports Time Ohio. Changes to tell you about now for the Tribe. Matt Albers will be the fourth Indians pitcher tonight. He'll come on here in the ninth inning. 47th appearance of the year. 3-1, a 3.52 ERA. Defensively now for Cleveland, Jose Ramirez, who pinch ran, stays in the ball game. He's at second base, and Mike Aviles comes on and takes over at third. Andrew Brown, Lucas Duda, Justin Turner due up for the Mets here in the ninth. 8-1, Cleveland on top. Fastball in there for strike one. Belt high, strike, nothing into the count. Detroit has pounded out 15 hits. They lead Kansas City 10-1 in the fifth inning at Kauffman Stadium. Strike over the outside edge. And Brown is out number one here in the ninth. "14 strikeouts for Indians pitching here tonight.
A lot of K's up on the old board out in right field, isn't there?
A dozen authored by Scott Kazmir, his season high.
Smitty had one, and now Albers gets one.
This series continues tomorrow night, and a programming reminder, it's a 6 p.m. start tomorrow. Ground ball with the shift on. Ramirez way out on the outfield grass, and the long throw gets him 2 down. So used to 7 o'clock starts, especially on Saturday evenings nowadays, but tomorrow it's a 6 o'clock.
I like it.
First pitch.
I like it a lot. 6 o'clock. Let's get out here in the nice weather. Started an hour earlier.
We'll get Corey Kluber back in the starting rotation tomorrow night.
Looking forward to that.
Kluber will go up against left-hander Jonathan Neese. And again, 6 o'clock start time, especially if you're coming down here to the yard. We'll have it for you as well on Sports Time Ohio. Justin Turner, who homered in the 7th for the Mets' only run, takes a strike. Turner steps away. Albers with a 1-1. Hit foul, out of play to the right. Turner awaits the 1-2 pitch. A little bit inside to even the count. Everybody up here at Progressive Field as the Indians closing in on their 75th win of the year. The 2-2. Swung out and missed. He struck him out. Albers finishes it off with the Indians' 15th strikeout of the night. And they pound the Mets here in the series opener by a final score of 8-1. That gets the Indians back to 10 games over the 500 mark at 75-65. Mets drop to 63-76. The winner is Scott Kazmir. He goes to 8-7. The loser is Zach Wheeler, who drops to 7-4.
Well, I will say this: Scott Kazmir was ready for this ball game. He came out with blazing. When you think about it, because he had strikeouts in 3 different innings, struck out the side in 3 different innings.
Yeah, he was fun to watch here tonight, and that leads us to our KeyBank key play of the game.
He was. It was all about Scotty K tonight. You go in the first inning, he had 3 strikeouts. You go back into the fourth inning, he had 3 strikeouts. He was dynamite tonight. He had a good slider, a nice changeup, and he was moving his fastball around all over the place. So, I mean, a lot of swings and misses tonight. You can get a free Kindle Fire HD when you sign up for new checking accounts. Some restrictions apply.
Just a good, solid, all-around performance by the Indians here tonight, taking care of business with an 8-1 win over the Mets. Some final thoughts right after this.